Let's go, Kane. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. We'll be live here in a minute. That's all right, Kane. Your streak can just keep going. It's all good. It's all good. Rip your closed caption. What? Closed captioning turned off? It shouldn't be turned off. Let's go directly into the full stream instead of waiting for the chat room stuff. I could turn chat on, but if I turn chat on, it goes over everything. But I could turn it on. Turn chat on. Chat on. Put it here. I have to be right back. I have a message and somebody at the door. I'll be right back. I don't usually get knocks at my door, but I got a knock at my door. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, all right. Yeah, it was a bit strange. Demon Wolf, dude, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How are you doing today? So I wanted to put the chat up, but I feel like it's going to be in the way. So like maybe not. Hey, hey. Of course that's not going to work. Here. That's too small. I don't think I can have the chat up. Oh well. Oh well. That's really big. I suppose I could do something like that. But like it's still guys, just won't have the We just won't leave the chat up. So how is everybody today? Hey, Bubbles. What am I using to stream? So I am using OBS to stream. But I'm streaming. So I have my gaming computer. I have a streaming computer for Twitch. And then I have another streaming computer for YouTube and Kick. And possibly TikTok, because I'm going down that road too. The problem, I think, is going to be if I stream on TikTok as well, I won't be able to say Twitch and YouTube anymore. Oh, Bubbles. You know, we could, if we had the money to do it. We could. So welcome, Raiders, from Demon's stream. I appreciate Demon. He's amazing. So three is crazy. I have 3, but that's because the Twitch streaming computer is set up for both my computer. Hold on. And when my wife streams, it's set up for her computer too, which is the one that's in the lower corner. She's not here with me right now, but I can swap, and the both of us would be able to swap back and forth on our streams like this, so that we could actually have each one of us focused on each other's stream. We also have the split stream so that we can have it set up like this, so that hers is down below, mine is over to your right, and her chair is down there. So that's why Twitch is on one separate computer, and that separate computer is distinct from both my computer and my wife's computer. Hayes coming back 1 week from today. Tomorrow. Today. Tomorrow. Today. Tonight. Not tonight. 1 week from tonight. She'll be back tomorrow. Next week. It's going to be annoying. Sometime today, possibly, Bubbles. Around noon my time. So like, because I'm going to take a break right around lunchtime, so like noon or 1 o'clock. So maybe. I thought you were just not going to stream anymore, so. It's okay, Bubbles. I go by anything now. It doesn't matter to me anymore. I really don't care anymore. It's not a big deal. All right, so yes, loud and I am. There was a time when I would like scream at people if they called me the wrong pronoun. That stopped when I was living on campus at my undergrad, and almost got in a knockdown drag out fight with a neighbor because he called me a homophobic epithet. So I said, you know what? Fuck it. If people don't like me the way I am, that's on them. But I'm not going to care anymore because I don't want to put myself into a position where I need to beat some jackass down for being an asshole to me. Let them be them. I'll be me. That said, don't do anything untoward in here, because if you decide to be a jackass, I will get the fuck rid of you real fast. I don't tolerate stuff like that. So, all right. Enjoy your lurking, Twitchy. Just craft, Twitchy. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I need to get to work. After you yell, Bubbles. Bubbles, you're awesome. Anyways, I was on TikTok a little bit earlier trying to see how I can get that working, right? And I saw a couple of your posts from a while back, and so I reacted to them. Just because. I think later on today I'm going to have... yeah, not in your house. I think later on today I'm going to have some Dr. Kevorkian. Dr. Kevorkian is a drink with Dr. Pepper, Peachtree Schnapps, and vodka. And I haven't had one in a while. It's been like a month. Time for another one. All right, so what we're doing today is we have the testing stuff done. We have all of our loading done, and we're only missing one set to verify that. Well, I'll tell you how. Just give me 1 second. So we only need one set left to verify that the loader is going to error out on unknown keys, so that we don't have typos that end up like causing bugs later. That comes in the next phase. The next phase is after we get the prototype combat testing piece out, so that we can start seeing if the combat's actually even going to be viable, because that's the whole of the game system is based on the combat. And if the combat doesn't work, the game's not going to work. So I could have been, if it doesn't work out, if it's not good, I will have spent 2 weeks working on this to learn a little bit, but then throw everything away and start over. And I hope that doesn't happen, but that's entirely why we're doing this, because I'd hate to get 3 years down the road and have alphas or betas coming out and then find out that it's just absolutely not going to work, and I should have known that 3 years ago. So that's what we're doing today, is getting ready for finalizing a few things and getting ready to start the validator and the prototype for the combat, which is going to be a multiplayer like test. I'm going to ask people to test things and just tell me if the idea of it seems right with the way things are being laid out in the prototype. It's all going to be non-graphical, and you're just going to be like in a mud doing text-based stuff. As for bubbles, you need to know how to make a Dr. Kevorkian. It is a single 12-ounce can of Dr. Pepper, a half a shot of vodka, and a half a shot of Peachtree Schnapps. And if you want it more potent, you can up the half a shot to a shot apiece with a full glass of ice on the rocks, is how I do it. I don't drink soda with ice, generally, unless I'm having a mixed drink. And that's how you make it. It's really, really easy. Half a shot of Peachtree, half a shot of vodka, put the ice in, dump a whole can of Dr. Pepper in there, mix it up a little bit, you've got yourself a Dr. Kevorkian. All right, so its load returns non-nil whenever error is nil. So your existing fatal on the error covers it. Our registry equals nil. Nil check is belt and braces and harmless if you want it. Okay. Load always creates the maps with make, so they can't be nil. And even if they were, length nil map is 0, and reading a missing key from a nil map returns this 0 value without panicking. Only writing to a nil map panics. Okay. So the one that generally bites is the pointer dereference. So, and the pointer dereference is the ability mechanics. No, it's the registry itself. It's not the ability. It's the registry itself, isn't it? It's the registry itself, right? Because we're turning the dereference. Oh, yeah, so I think I can do that, right? That's how, no, I can't do that. Registry is pointed to a struct. Dereferencing is your registry, which isn't a bool and can't be negated. For pointers, you compare it against nil directly. If registry equals nil, no dereference. Only makes sense when X is a bool. You reference to get the bool, then negate. That's the castable case. All right, so if it's a nil error, the load will return non-nil, and your fatal F on the error already covers that path. So I don't even need this. And so that's this one. The only guard that matters is the bool dereference, which is castable, which is this one. If not, dereference to get the bool, then negate. Okay. That's one that panics. And that panics when castable doesn't exist. So registry ability. I see. If castable, comma, okay equals registry ability. And this is like this because we're specifically grabbing the one item in the black hole ability case that is the castable, and that's the Boolean. So if I go to ability up here, ability is right here. So castable is a Boolean, allows reaction is also a Boolean, that are pointers to Boolean. And these are the ones that would have an issue. So I could do this, right? Right. And then also if C dot or ability, because it's the ability, A is not this. Black hole. If black hole doesn't exist, there's an error. And then if ability dot castable doesn't exist, then that's an error. And the same thing if A dot allows reaction isn't there. That's an error. Because three steps. Get the ability, black hole, in this case. So if I go to black hole, go to black hole, here's the mechanics file. We have castable true. Castable true is actually bad for a combo ability, which this is. So combo abilities are always going to have castable false. Always. Because you're not going to be able to singularly cast them, ever. So that has to be false. But if it doesn't exist, ergo, if it's not okay, nil becomes true. Once that exists, the registry's abilities would have plain bools and this guard collapses. Another argument for the defaults pass, living in freeze rather than being skipped. Okay. So I am only slightly confused. Turn on the music. Wrong music. Not wrong music. Loud. Okay. so I can hear it. And it's not quite as loud for you guys. There we go. All right. If am I thinking of this wrong? Oh, okay, says whether the key is actually in the map. It's not about anything else. It's just about whether the key is in the map. So is black hole in the map? If it's not in the map, then we have a problem. Okay. Actually, all right, so okay. So okay, has nothing to do with that. An ability with castable false gives okay true and a pointer to false. A pointer to false. Go has no truth in this, so nothing is checked for falsy anywhere. The default doesn't exist yet. You decided nil means true, but that decision lives in the defaults pass you haven't written. Right now, a missing castable produces a nil pointer and stays nil all the way into the registry. So in the test today, 3 distinct states are possible. Key missing, pointer nil, pointer set. Key missing, pointer nil, both, sorry. Key missing and pointer nil both default to false, or should default to false, to true. And then the pointer existing and being, okay. Once the defaults pass X exists, resolving nil to true during freeze, the registry's ability would carry a plain bool rather than a pointer, and the test becomes if a.castable with no nil to check at all. That's the argument for doing the defaults pass sooner rather than later. It's the thing that makes the registry pleasant to consume, and if it's small, walk the abilities, resolve 4 or 5 pointer fields, done. And the 4 or 5 pointer fields are bool, something in payload, maybe something in some of these others. So base effect, which is going to be something inside payload. So that's 4. And then an effect being dispellable, maybe 5. Nothing indiscoverable for that. 6, 7, so maybe? So... I think through the... I think that's what we're doing. Not the resolver, that's the point of the split. Defaults past resolvers every pointer once at load. Walks the abilities, replaces nil with the schema default. At load. So that should be in here. So what you're saying is that I should be doing nil checks in load, not in the tester. And then the test doesn't need nil checks at all. Concretely, after the join, before building the registry, walk the abilities and replace nils with defaults. Castable nil point at true. Allows reaction nil point at true. Same for the recipe's discoverable. Then every ability in the registry has non-nil pointers and the rest reads a castable safely. So does validator and so does the resolver. You can't assign and true. Go doesn't allow taking the address of a literal. You need a variable, declare t equal to true once and use n and t or a tiny helper function. Bool pointer, b bool bool. The helper is common enough that most code bases have one. Map values aren't addressable. Abilities ID castable equals and t won't compile. You can't assign a field. You can't assign to a field of a map value. You have to pull the struct out, modify it, and put it back. A equals abilities ID, a dot castable equals and t, abilities dot ID equals a. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Annoying but standard. Okay, the second point is real argument for map string ability instead of map string ability, which I have. With pointers, you can mutate in place. Trade-off is shared mutable state, which frozen registry was meant to avoid. Your call for the P0 copy modify store is fine. The nested effects have pointers too. Scale, dispellable, magnitude. So a full defaults pass would recurse into payloads. For phase 0, we're not going to have conditions. He applies portion of effects because we don't have the condition registry yet. So we could push that to P1, but I want sure that I need to make sure that the registry, the frozen registry, stays frozen, even if we have mutable state outside of that. We load, we validate, and then we create a non-mutable registry. A frozen registry. would we combine? Would we join? I'm trying to understand exactly how we want to do this, and I think I know, but the sequence inside load is collect into local maps, run the defaults over those locals, run validation, then construct the registry from them and return it. The mutation happens on local variables before the registry exits. Once you return, nothing has a path to change it. Immutability by construction rather than by enforcement, which is a practical go answer. There's no const for structs. No frozen collections, you just don't hand out anything mutable and don't provide any mutating methods. Maps are reference types. If registry.ability mechanics is exported, a caller can write to it. If that bothers you, unexport the field and provide a lookup method. Func registry ability bool, returning a copy. That's the enforced version. And map string ability would hand out pointers callers could mutate. Map string ability returns copies on lookup, which is safer. But scales and magnitude are on base effect and applied to damage effects too. If resolver needs either, the interface for sending messages to Twitch requires an authentication. So be very aware that when you vibe code something like that, you have you're basically providing, unless you're using like an environment variable or something to not do that, you're providing or possibly providing the LLM your Twitch authentication key. Not your password, but like an OAuth key. Okay. All right. On deferring effective defaults, reasonable given phase 0 skips conditions, but scales and magnitude are on base effect and apply to damage effects too. If the result reads either, they need resolving. Let's get away from THA for now. Let's go into Streambeats. Do some Streambeat stuff. All right. So I was using the test, a load test. Per your suggestion. This is the way to go for testing, but I should absolutely be in loader.load to ensure fields are defaulted if missing. Can you give game plan to ensure I am doing this right? I'll copy, paste, boom. Your syntax there needs syntax where? Where does my syntax need that? You're talking about in here? I'm not doing that. A bool pointer helper. You can't take the address of a literal, so you need the bool pointer helper. package level unexported in loader.go. Why would I put it in loader if it's going to be package level? And I can just put it in the helper stuff that we have in those are the unmarshalling. I don't have any other helpers. So I have a helper here. And a helper, but those are YAML helpers. So if I search for helper, do I have any other helpers? Percenter absolute is a helper. A helper struct. Bounded range is a helper struct. Unmarshal is a helper or parse scaling cell. So yeah, I don't need any of those. So yeah, we're gonna. All right, so in loader, we'll put a helper. You know, I feel like it's package level, but I feel like that would be used elsewhere. Pool pointer helper. So like, and this is like used everywhere. So func bool pointer star bool, no b bool star bool return at bool, or at b, not bool, at b, because it takes b as a parameter. Star bool. So it takes a boolean, takes the dereferenced boolean and returns the address. A default function for abilities takes an ability, returns it with pointers resolved, value in, value out, no mutation of anything shared. Takes an ability, go back to ability. Those are the only two ability level pointers, which makes sense. So ability pointer helper. So func maybe LITY pointer, and this is going to be a ability percent a and then return the address of that. Doesn't make sense. Return it with pointers resolved. So how am I going to resolve the pointers here? So I grab the ability. If a dot castable right? right? Yeah. 1 is a single line. It takes a bool parameter, returns a dereferenced ad incoming. We'll be right back. Okay. Bool pointer returns a pointer, not a dereferenced bool. It takes a boolean and returns an address. It returns a pointer. Okay. Cool, I'm glad you don't see any ads. There's 6 other people watching. Somebody might be seeing an ad. I generally slow down or stop my stuff when ads come up so that other people like don't miss much. Not that you're gonna miss much with me programming, but I like to, you know, try to be as fair as I can be. I'm not watching. I'm using my stream stuff. I'm not actually watching my stream. So I don't count. This is how I watch my stream. This doesn't count. This is the manager, so this doesn't count. It doesn't count as a viewer. I know because I've been alone and tested, and it says 0 when you do that. No. For my tests, it's always stayed 0. Maybe I'm just slow. Who knows? Yeah, there's 7 people in here. I'm not one of those 7. So, yeah. Yep. It could very well be just a random guy lurking in the background. So yeah. Hide the viewer count again. Oh. It's right here. Sorry, I turned it off. I forgot to turn it back on. All right, so music back on. So it returns a pointer. It exists because and true is illegal, but and B, address of pointer address, where B is a parameter, is fine. The parameter is a variable, so it has an address, returns the address, which gives the pointer. Okay. Yeah, I don't... Like, I could turn it way up, but if it ends up being too loud, people tell me that it's louder than my voice, even though it doesn't look it. So I try to keep it fairly low. All right, so okay, walrus a castable only works on map lookups, type assertions, and channel receives. A struct field is just a value. There's no okay because that's a struct field. So we don't do this. We do use the bool point. We use the Boolean pointer to get these. Oh my god. A dot castable equals pointer A dot castable. For a pointer, you can, if A dot castable equals null. So if A dot castable equals nil, then A dot castable equals bool pointer A dot castable. Right? No, that seems funky. No. The default is true. The default is true. If it's nothing, then the default is true. What if... returnability, not take an ability, check each pointer field against nil, assign where nil, and return the modified copy. Yeah, so, and then the same thing, if A dot allows reaction. Okay, so I understand this now. A dot allows reaction equals bool pointer true. 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 So I understand that now. And then we return it. But what about pointer means absent is meaningful, and only some of those absents have a default to fill in. Nil is true for castable. Grades nil means there are no grades. Payloads are effects carry scales, dispellable, magnitude, all of which do have defaults or inheritance. Resolving those means walking payload effects, and for each bag, type switching into concrete effect reaches fields, because bag effect is an interface and you can't set fields through it. then recursing, and basically it's the same stuff. Oh. Does the prototype need this? It needs coefficient and magnitude, but it does ignore scales right now. Yeah, so P0 does need coefficient and magnitude. Ignore. Okay, so this is basically done. Effect magnitude, parent effect, ability, floor of 1. So resolving it means walking down the inherited value in hand. Resolve at load, walk the payload, and for each effect with a nil magnitude, set it to the inherited value. Requires the type switch to reach the field plus recursion into nested condition effect, maybe 40 lines. Resolve at read. The resolver asks for an effect's magnitude and a small helper walks the chain. Second is less code and arguably more correct since inheritance is a query rather than a stored value. It also means the registry keeps the author data unmodified, which matters if you ever want to write it back out or display inherits from ability. Every magnitude read goes through a helper rather than a field access. Trivial. Your defaults pass at 4 lines. Castable allows reaction, discoverable, and nothing else. And it's not actually 4 lines. It's a few more than 4 lines, but recipe defaults. Func apply recipe defaults. R recipe if R dot equals nil, then R dot discoverable equals bool pointer true. That takes care of that. So that's those. Magnitude helper belongs with the resolver, not the loader. Whereas the rest of these, step 3, apply it during collection. The abilities case after decoding and before inserting. Abilities equals apply defaults ability. Or is a separate loop after the walk. But doing it at insertion means one less pass. So we do it at insertion. In the abilities case, after decoding and before inserting. In the abilities case, after decoding and before insertion. Set defaults. Ability equals apply ability defaults ability. Right? Wait a minute. That inserts it though. Oh, so instead of this, we do it this way. And same thing with the... Hold the phone. Yeah, so we do this instead of this, because the path is just there. So let's do this. Copy. So this instead of this. Yeah, so, okay. And then the recipes as well. So we have the same thing here. Instead of what we had, equals apply recipe defaults. Recipe. Make sure recipe defaults is actually doing what it's supposed to. And it is, right? Then it says simplifies. Guard for OK, then A cast directly. So then equals that directly. And then a cast will direct it correctly. Not okay. Guard on okay. Meaning it does, black hole doesn't exist. Okay. F. Otherwise, now we can check if star A dot castable then T dot error F dot ID %S comma a.id, comma a.castable. Errored. Declared not used A. What the fuck are you talking about? Declared not used. Test 34, 37, 38. 34. How is A not being used? It's right here. That scopes it to here. Scopes it to there. There we go. Okay. Fucking A right. All right. So now we can do this as well. Making a text-based MMO, that's awesome. Ability check. Black hole doesn't exist. That should be a fatal. Yeah, go ahead. Spread the power, right? Go ahead. I think you should be all set. Just in case. Hold on. No, you're all set. Link. Small, weird web games. No installs, no launchers. Open a tab and play. A 4x4 tic-tac-toe variant with 5... You know what? I'm gonna do this. Yeah, you can link that too. I have no problem. Like, I'm a solo dev, I'm a new dev, and I'm developing an MMO like a fucking dummy. Feel free. Like, anything that helps push the idea of development is good for me. Do it now, because in a year or two, I'm going to be telling people not to. I'm going to be like, no, don't do it. The MMO is Flockwatch. Satire. The agencies are watching. The forms must be filed. The pigeons are definitely just pigeons. Birds don't exist. A satirical text-based MMO about contending with the dystopian deep state. I like that. I like that. I like that. Cool. Interesting. A stream bot using streamer bot in Python with requests. So this is a streamer bot add-on. All good. Cool. It says streamer bot in there, which is why in the description, which is why I asked. All right, so this works. That works. That works. That's good. So we can go back to here and be, so this works. Excellent. Everyone caught the defaults resolving the join in both directions and the key existence card that's through thorough verification. The panic in the middle is worth noting. You used error F for the key existence check, so execution continued. The next run shows you fixed it to fatal F, which I did. That's the exact scenario the guard must be fatal rule exists for. Demonstrated live. Guards, boop, must be fatal. Because if it's not, it falls through and a castable panics because that's inaccessible. Below to works. Walk, strict code, duplicate detection, definition plus mechanic joins, defaults, registry against real data, 20 abilities and 5 recipes. Remaining before the prototype. Minimal validation. 3 checks the prototype would actually break on. Outcome IDs resolved to abilities with castable false. ID ingredients resolved to castable abilities. Combo ingredients resolved to uncastable. Everything else on your accumulated pile can wait. All right, so let's go back up here. I want to see step 4, 5, and 6. Same for recipes, I did that. Decide on effect level, scales, dispellable magnitude, I already did that. That's phase 1. With default supplied a.castable is never null, so the guard is key exists and pointer a castable directly. 2 steps instead of 3. 15 lines total, and that actually, it actually was fewer than 15 lines. What? 5? 9? $10, $11, $12, $13. Yeah. Yeah. Coolios. Okay. And then we'll just what's the other one that we wanted to do? We didn't need black hole. We needed, there's another one that we have that we want to check. Is it dispellable? Did we want to check dispellable? Discoverable. Recipe mechanics. Now we need to make sure. Recipes. Now we can check recipe here. Discoverable be true. We'll just do black hole again. Is black hole discoverable? The default here is true as well. Recipe is black hole recipe discoverable. R comma okay equals, actually we can do this the walrus because R is new. Registry dot recipe mechanics black, really black hole. If not okay, then T dot fatal F recipe check. Black hole doesn't exist. Exit that. if pointer to recipe.discoverable, then I'm going to say if it's not, then t.error f %s combination %t, and we'll do this up here too. And then r.id, comma, boom, r.discoverable. Here we go. r.id undefined. Sorry, it's not r.id. It's recipe.recipe. There we go. And if it is discoverable, then we get combination attack should not be discoverable. And I'm not even sure if I want the combination attacks discoverable. I think I do, but like, only for do I have discoverable on ability? Oh, discoverable no will make it so that you can't teach other people the recipe. So like supermassive black hole will be false. Yeah. And we can make black hole false here. But I think the default for those skills will end up being, I mean, we'll figure it out later, but if it is discoverable, then it should be false. And so I think right there, this is going to be true. Actually, you know what? Do it this way instead. We can leave that one true. We'll get rid of that. And we'll just go into supermassive black hole and make supermassive black hole false. And that should, and there we go. So now it's going to say supermassive black hole. There we go. All right. So now I think with that done, I think we're actually ready. Clean stopping point, time to commit. That's a big commit. That's a lot of files that I touched. Most of them just YAML files. Actually, it's all the YAML files. Okay. Let's do the commit here. Moved, reorganized, abilities, and recipes. Ability, defs, X, and recipes. Loader, state, updated, loader.go, and tests, updated. Do I need anything else in here? Because it's just the YAML files, and then like, what did I update? What did I update? Trying to just valid slots. Okay. So minor changes elsewhere as well. I don't see. Okay. Odor.go is all brand new. Recipe test is fairly brand new. Types, I made some changes. Okay. Yeah, on Marshall I made some changes. Added sequence guard. Added some to-dos. And added a bounded range on Marshall. Yep. All good. There we go. All right, now let's update the local copy that I have on my computer because this is all on the server. And now everything's updated. Excellent. Committed. Move next. 1 hour of work so far is great. I'm not even gonna put that. Next. So the next thing we need to do is the validator. Minimal validation. 3 checks, all cross-reference, all needing the full corpus, which you now have. Outcome resolve. For each recipe, each ID and outcomes must exist in abilities and have castable false. All of the outcomes should have castable false inside here. All of the outcomes. So black hole, ionic blast, plasma torpedo, supermassive black hole, supernova, and tri-blaster should all have castable false. And that's not in the definitions, that's in the mechanics. So black hole, castable false. Ionic blast, castable false. Plasma torpedo, castable false. Supermassive black hole, castable false. Supernova, castable false. Tri-blaster, I'm going to make castable true to test. For testing purposes. For testing purposes, yes. A missing outcome means a recipe that can never produce anything. A castable one means a proxy that's also directly castable, which breaks the biconditional. ID ingredients need to resolve. They must name an existing ability with castable true. You can't build a combo out of something nobody can cast. And then combo ingredients need to resolve. It must name an existing ability with castable false, an outcome. Where it lives, in validate.go, which is kind of understandable, given that's what we're doing. That's in the descriptor. New file. Validate.go comes over here. Package descriptor. Import. I don't think I'm going to need to import anything just yet. Valid ingredients, and outcomes. Valid ingredients and outcomes. And that's it. Okay. Called from load after the join and before building the registry. Takes the maps, returns the errors, accumulate into the same errors slice, or better, a separate function returning error that load append. A separate function returning error that load append. After the join, that load append. After the join, so here, nested loops, range recipes, then range each recipe's outcome and ingredients. For each reference, look it up and check the castable flag. The lookup pattern is the two-value map form you've used repeatedly. The error messages want the recipe slug and the offending ID plus the path from RMX. So yeah, this is going to be here. Validate recipes, ingredients are castable, outcomes are not castable, and what's the third one? Okay, yeah, ingredients exist and are castable, outcomes exist and are not castable. Okay, so now we're going to validate, and this goes into a, like, why do these go into, why am I putting these into, well, because it's a validation, but called from load after the join and before building the registry, which is down here. It's not going to go here. This is going here before the errors get thrown out and before we build the registry. All right, so validate recipes. Abilities. Because we don't need the definitions of anything. And do we need the paths? RMEC. No. I've got the recipes, and I'm going to send the recipes over. I should send them the paths for the recipes as well. RMX and AMX. Recipes, RMX. Abilities, AMX. Yeah, after the join before building the registry. So this thing, it says accumulate into the same error slice, right? But why would I do that? Why wouldn't I just send welcome back. You haven't been lurking because you started talking. The minute you talk, it removes the lurk. All right, have yourself a good day. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. You know, I'll be doing this every day for the next couple of years. Fucking Christ, I'm so slow. Because I want to make it work. So yeah, consistency. Cheers. All right, have yourself a good one. Enjoy your lunch or dinner or breakfast if that's the case. Hope you have a good day. So, range recipe, then range each recipe. Outcomes in the ingredient. For each reference, look it up and check the castable flag. So breakfast is like when you wake up. Lunch is basically dinner. It's midday stuff. Like in the US, dinner is like between lunch and supper. And then, yeah. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner for us would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then supper. Or breakfast, dinner, and nothing else. Or at least that's how my life. Anyway, we've got ads coming in 3 minutes. I hope you have a good day, Just Craft. I hope to see you again. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Actually, I'm going to go make this Dr. Pepper I just opened into a Dr. Kevorkian. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. We'll see you soon. peach flavored Dr. Pepper. Hint, vodka. Good shit. Really good shit. All right, music. And it's got a really good cup too. This is my Dr. Kevorkian in the best cup ever. Coraline. All right. All right, so it's validate recipes is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the recipes, the recipe mechanics, the abilities, and the ability mechanics. Now, ability mechanics and recipe mechanics are up here. Are these. Which makes me feel like Ingredients have 6 matcher fields and you're only checking 2 of them. Tag, school, aspect, state are all unchecked. Tag would need scanning every ability's combo tags. School and aspect check against a validity map. State needs the arena registry that doesn't exist. For phase 0, checking ID and combo is enough. Note the rest. Start with outcomes. It's the simplest loop and the one most likely to find something since your recipes were authored before the outcomes as IDs change. Motherfucker. I don't know. Probably 10 minutes when I went downstairs to go make my drink. Probably right after I sneezed. I think I might have accidentally missed it. So maybe 10 minutes. All you missed was, hey, it's a Dr. Kevorkian with the best cup ever made. You know, Coraline. Dr. Kevorkian is a Dr. Pepper with peach tree and vodka. You know, peach tinged Dr. Pepper is really, really good. And then, oh, I think I put too much alcohol in it because it tastes heavy on the vodka. That's all you missed. Nothing really. And the fact that the closure, I was pointing out the actual closure, thinking that's what it might have been. Nothing huge. The signature stays load FS, so that stays the same. Instead of declaring 6 locals, it constructs a loader with its maps initialized. Everything that read those locals now reads the fields on the loader. So type loader struct. Hot. L loader. Bar L loader. And then L dot definitions, L dot adefs. Yeah. Line 33. So maybe it's that. That doesn't. It constructs a loader with its maps initialized. It would capture L instead of 6 separate variables. Or become a method on star loader and be passed by name to walker. Either way, maps still get carried just as fields rather than local. 1 second. So this kind of thing, the vodka this early in the morning, I can't do when Kayloon's here because it triggers her. There are times when I want to. Because I'm wide awake at I've been up since 5 in the morning. So I've been up for 5 hours already, right? But I won't do it when Kayloon's here because it triggers her. And no matter when I have one, I'm not going to finish that drink. I'm not going to finish this, even though it's a 12-ounce soda. I won't finish it. The ice will melt and it'll start getting warm, and I'll just put it aside and grab another soda and drink that instead. but this is confusing me because I don't think this is what I need to do, but at the same time, I do think this is what I need to do. So what I'll do is I'll go about doing that. Excuse me. And now okay. And so now instead of what I have, now we do this. L dot. L dot. Right? Like, I feel like this is L dot. L dot. L dot are maxed. But I feel like this is wrong. I really feel like this is wrong. In before it's perfectly fine. So long as I have line 14, non-declaration statement outside body. Loader.go line 75. So we start at 75. Oops. It's all errors. $128, 141, L dot, L dot, L dot. L dot, and then AMX on line 140. L dot, L dot. Save. Panics. Panics on all right, so there's going to be an error here, but I don't know where the fuck the error is going to be. On line 15 in load schema test. Registry error equals load. So it's, yeah, it's in here, but I don't know where. Loader.go line 47. Where? Restructure first, confirm the test still passed, then add validation as method. A constructor is slightly nicer. One place that knows how to produce a valid empty loader, and load reads as build loader walk join validate freeze. What did I do wrong? Zero valued struct. Every map field is nil. Reading from a nil map is fine. Why is the existence? So the first definition ID should crash. The maps need creating. So that's the only thing wrong. Returning a loader with all 6 maked, or struct literal in load with the makes in line. So this doesn't work. That doesn't work. Either a constructor returning a loader with so L loader struct literal and load or the constructor. Oh. Oh. Okay. L equals new loader in load. So instead of that, that would become that. And we would have this. But now I'm duplicating. Now I'm duplicating shit. You're not duplicating. Those are two different things. The struct declares field names and types. Yeah, this constructor creates the values. What I mean is, instead of, like, I'm putting a struct here, instead of just keeping it in there, function signatures stop growing. You were about to write, yeah. A long argument lister takes the struct, and once several take the struct is the just. That's why. All right. So if we ever have anything more than that, and we will. Okay. All right. So. And I need commas here, I think. Let's do this. Oh, wait. What is what? What's up? I didn't call anybody, Kane. What's going on? What's up? Let's see. Okay. That ends up being this. And it gives the function access to the structure. So it looks like an interface, but it's not. It's just bound. This is just bound to that. Or loader now access. Okay. Okay. So now I have all these. L equals new loader. Now L has all of these. Oops. Okay. And now I do this. Interfaces are method signatures that types can satisfy. Okay. You hang methods on struct. Okay. No, I'm not. I like Helldivers. You know, I love getting me or you know, drinking me some Liberty. But it's more fun when you play with friends. And when I play games like that, I tend to lose track of time because of my ADHD. I'd rather lose track of time coding than playing some random game. And I mean random by just any game, not just, oh, that's a random game. Just playing any game. Yeah, there's nothing. So there's a couple of games that I would love to play more than that at the moment, simply because of, why are you not letting me sign in? Simply because of the stuff that it provides. I'm not super interested in playing other games like that. Oh shit! I have something. Oh fuck me! I have a program I have to send to work. Yeah. Shit on me. Okay. So I don't need that. That's fine. I could team up with you in Civ 7 if I owned the game. I own a lot of games. Aaron owns a lot of games. Together we have a very big library that we can share. However, I don't own Civ 7. And I won't own Civ 7. Civilization is a great strategy game. It's not for me. Same thing with Age of Mythologies, Age of Empires, all that nifty stuff. Just not for me. L.validate recipes. All right. So. Methods on plain structs are ordinary. All right, so a method on a plain struct simply means, one, you can have that struct passed semi-invisibly to the method, which, two, that method can now work with the values in that struct populated from the calling function method. Three, I I didn't play Civ 6 either. I played Civ 5 a little bit. I don't have enough time. Having pain in your back, just sitting there while it's itchy as hell is annoying. I don't have enough time to really get into games like that. So I played Civ 4 or Civ 3 with my friends, but I didn't play a lot of it. And I'm not really, like, I'm interested in playing games, but I'm not really interested in playing games now because I really want to get this. I want to learn this. I want to understand Go. I want to understand C#. I want to be able to use that to further my desire to develop stuff. I don't have a lot of time left in this life. 20 years to some is a long time. 20 years for me, I have maybe 25 years left. I might live longer than 76, but what's the average for people these days? What is the average US lifespan? And I believe it's something like 76, 79 years old. So I've got maybe 30 years. 76 and a half for males, 81 and a half for females. An average of 19 years after 65. So maybe I have 35 years left. Maybe. So, yeah, I'm thinking 75 is what I'm thinking, 20 to 25 years. And I don't want to be spending the last 5 years of my life, you know, wondering if the game is going to work or whatever. I want to get as much done as possible because I spent the first 2/3 of my life fucking around. So I want to learn as much as I can from this and from other things that I do. And I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep saying it until the cows come home. Cows don't come home with me. But I'm going to keep saying it over and over and over again because this is what I want. Because I give up. Oh, motherfucker. Because I was wiping my nose. This is what I want. Because I've almost never actually completed something without giving up. So, yeah. Most of my time is going to be spent doing this. When I have free time that I want to do something else so that I don't burn out, then I'll play, like I'm playing WoW right now. Not right now, but you know, I'm playing WoW. There are games that I'm wanting to play when they come out. Mass Effect 5, Elder Scrolls 6, Cyberpunk 2, games of that style. And so hell, there's another one coming out, Emberville. I want to play that. I like seriously want to play that game. And I'm looking forward to that coming out. So there's a lot I'm looking forward to. And so I need to make sure that I get as much time into here as I can. Emberville is going to be a pixel art styled game that the developers have said is a combination of Diablo and Stardew Valley. Transparency, I've never played Stardew Valley. But it looks really cool. Emberville. Co-Carnage is a co-owner and co-director or something like that of it. And so I really want to play it just because the stuff I've seen of it looks really, 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 I can't say really enough good. So yeah, there's reasons why I want to keep focusing on this rather than just taking some time to go and and you know, play a game here or play a game there. I'm trying to get back into the schedule of up in the morning, do some stuff, take a little bit of time off during the middle of the day, come back, do some more stuff, and then finish the day off by 9 or 10 at night instead of staying up until midnight and ending up staying up until like 5 or 6 in the morning, so that I can get back to doing my exercises in the morning at the gym, going for like a 6-mile walk and then doing exercises at the gym, which is about a 3-hour fiasco, and then get back to this, right? So if I start playing games and falling in love with them without being on a schedule like that, I'll never get this shit done. And I know I'll never get this shit done because I'll fall into the, I need to play. Yeah, 6-mile walk. I'm not in shape enough to be able to run yet, but there's a 6-mile walk that I can do. A 1-mile walk, a 2-mile walk, a 3-mile walk, a 4-mile walk. They're all different methods of different routes around my area. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't do a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. And then if I wanted to, obviously I could go 7, 8. I could do a 4 and a 1, but they're separated, so it'd be like more than 5. Because, Jesus Christ, fucking hair in my nose, fucking cats. So yeah, I'd have to actually I'd have to do more than 5 to do the 4 and 1. Same thing with the 3 and 2; those are separated as well. So I couldn't do a 5-mile walk without actually making it a 5.5 or close to a 6. So whatever. But my general, like my walking path is a 6-mile walk. And I have a bike that the front tire blew on. I started riding a bike, and that day I stopped walking because I almost fell on my face and destroyed myself because the fucking front tire of the bike blew. So I want to get back to doing that, which is why I'm back to the morning stuff. But again, if I start taking time out to play whatever game, I'm going to fail. And God knows I don't want to fucking fail again. Modify the struct's fields in the caller season. The resolver is a parameter with special placement. Func L loader validate is nearly identical to func validate L loader. The difference is call syntax and the fact that methods participate in interface satisfaction. Oh shit, the methods participate in interface satisfaction. So if I made an interface that required validate recipes. Oh Jesus, okay. Go as explicit about it. You name the receiver, and inside the method you write L.abilities, not a magic this. So this is L.abilities. Which is actually so we know that all definitions have abilities and all abilities have definitions here. Now we're going to validate that the recipes actually have abilities. I was doing about 10 miles an hour on my bike and it just blew out. The front tire just blew out. I'm lucky because if it had happened even remotely differently, I would have tumbled. But instead, I kept the bike steady and the inner tube never wrapped fully around the axle, so the wheel kept going. I got very lucky. I should have face planted into the fucking curb. I should have broke my jaw. I got very, very lucky. I was riding a bike down a hill one day when I was a kid. It was a freewheel bike. I forgot that I had to hit the brakes this way, so I tried to backpedal to brake. I lost control. The ads will come in 2 minutes. Well, I lost control of the bike. I started flipping over. I'm a kid. My groin hit the neck. I flipped. I got there's a the remnants of a scar on my elbow because I got a piece of glass stuck into my arm, in my elbow. My brother did the same thing right next to me and chipped like both of his front teeth. And then Aaron did the same thing somewhere else and chipped much worse his front teeth. It was bad. Like when I did it as a kid, it was bad because I plunged groin first into the neck of this mongoose. It was bad. We'll be right back. Import format for map index expression of struct type recipe. Oh, why? Variable of map as a string value. Variable of map string. 5. Five recipes. Now use 0 untyped int as a string value. But I thought I could do range. Range ability. For that's what I just had. I said I had for x equals range and L dot recipes. X. What? Recipe 1, recipe 1, recipe 1, recipe 1, recipe. All right, so there's a recipe. Oh. Recipe dot. No, because the recipe has a, that's the name. It's recipe. Okay. Black hole, ionic blast, and plasma torpedo. All right, so we have all 5. For range and recipes, first check recipe length greater than 0 if len L dot recipes is equals 0, then format L dot errors equals what's the append? It's just append. Okay. Just append. Do I need append? I need strings. I need errors. Append errors, L dot errors, and then the formatted error. Recipe count is 0. Errors imported and not used. Strings imported and not used. Okay, I don't need those. Undefined append. What is append a part of? Fucking silly me. That. Okay. It equals 5. Declared not used X. Error recipe count is 0. Can't do that either. It's less than 1. That works, but it's the same thing as doing this. But when I get the recipes in the validator, you need the recipe itself to reach its ingredients and outcomes. And the slug for error messages. What's the slug? same as WordPress slugs. Okay. So instead of slug, I'm just going to use ID because it's the recipe. Like the fuck, it's recipe.recipe. Like, so ranging with 2 variables gives the key to you as the first variable, so I don't have to do recipe.recipe because it's already that. Okay. So instead of doing this and then go, that's the same thing as is that. So l.recipe.recipe, doing it this way, is the same thing as doing this. Okay. So that was weird. I heard a noise. I had no idea what the noise was. I went to look. The noise was my cat playing with a ball that she never plays with. Which is why it was weird. All right, so that gives me this, but this gives me this. I can still do l.recipes.recipe, but you don't get the struct. A map lookup every time you touch the field. Okay. And you both in one operation. Recipe and slug hold the same string. You can use either for error messages, but you need the struct regardless. So for slug, then recipe.ingredients and recipe.outcomes directly, simpler and fewer. All right. That makes sense. I get it now. We don't need the error count. Validate recipes. Recipe. The first check for our ID, comma, recipe. Equals L range L dot recipes. Yeah. So now get and make sure there are at least 2 ingredients and 1 outcome. If length recipe dot outcomes equals 0, L dot errors equals append L dot errors, comma, format dot error F our string recipe outcomes. Recipes require 1 outcome, comma, RID. If length recipe dot ingredients is less than or equal to 1, L dot errors equals append L dot errors. Recipes require at least 2 ingredients. And because we also have the maps. No. We don't have the path. I want the paths in there. RMX, I have the paths in there. RMX. CentS. Comma. L dot RMX RID. Comma L dot RMX RID. Please tell me that's right. 3P append. 3 P's in append. All right. So now I can do this. And I can do this. And now black hole should error. Black hole. Recipes require at least 1 outcome. Recipes require at least two ingredients. Error during load. Errors during load. All the way down here. Why do I have errors during load? Error during load. Errors during. Gives us this, gives us the errors. So that from this and this. My name is Learner Brandis. My voice is my passport. Verify me. Sneakers and no, a phrase in a message is an authentication. No, I appreciate the reference. That's so stupid. And no, a phrase in a message isn't authentication of anything. The method is correct and just got something real. Black hole has no outcomes and fewer than 2 ingredients. Worth looking at that file since your earlier output showed. Yeah, it's called a mute. Reads oddly for at least 2. Less than 2 says the intent directly. Okay. All right, no, that's fine. Reference checks aren't in anything. Outcomes existing in dot abilities with castable false. ID ingredients with castable true and combo with false. Yeah. That's, yeah. The length checks are a good warm up, but the resolution checks are the ones that catch the needed IDs. I wanted to verify. So, castable false. Check that castable is false. Combo with false. If recipe dot castable l dot errors equals append l dot errors format dot error f %s %s recipes cannot be directly, should not. RID l.rmex ID cannot be directly castable. Bullshit, it doesn't. To recipe. Recipes don't have castable. Silly me. Recipe is, the recipe itself is All we're doing is checking IDs and potentially combos. We'll check Tri-Blaster and Black Hole. And then we'll check Black Hole here. Make sure that says castable false. If abilities are ID, not castable, recipe outcomes cannot be directly castable. Undefined abilities. Non-Boolean condition in if statement. Non-Boolean condition in if statement. Black hole. Castable is a pointer. Oh, so that's failing on that. Ah. So I have to iterate on recipe.outcome. Okay. So what we can do... Oh, that's my baby. Yes, baby. Why? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, so what we have to do here is we have to range over the outcomes inside each recipe, being these, and then check that recipe, that ability, if L dot if outcome, no, hold on. We have the outcome. We don't have the ability. So ability equals range of outcomes. If abilities, if L dot abilities, recipe dot outcomes. If L dot abilities are ability dot castable, if not L dot abilities dot castable, then we add L dot errors equals append L dot errors, comma, ability must outcomes must not be castable. %s as %t. And now %s is the ability. %s as castable true. So now we have the ability. L dot, actually we don't even need L dot, just ability. Comma. L dot arm AMAC ability. Comma. L dot abilities ability dot castable. No, that doesn't make sense either. Non-Boolean condition and if statement. That means that that's not actually giving me cast. Maybe, yeah, I have to. I don't think I do, but. Ads incoming. We'll be right back. All right, so I got that. Silly me is silly. All right, so now we have castable true on black hole, which needs to be castable false. However, the ability for black hole is castable false, but this is saying, oh, that's Tri-Blaster, which is castable true. And needs to be castable false, which means we can pass through it all, which is great. Now we need to verify also that and now we have to verify that the ingredients are all castable true. Check tag, school aspect, and family. I don't have family. Family is tag. Aspect, state. But right now we're checking ID and combo. comma must exist. Means this has to exist and be castable false. But in addition to this existing and being castable false, there also must be a recipe Yeah, that's a bit different because I can have multiple outcomes from a single recipe. Right? So the whole reason why I can't just do one-to-one is because of this recipe right here. It can have two different outcomes based on the ingredients and the order that they're done in, or based on how the players want to actually express that ability. So, do I change that to just be single? Wait, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. I've been asking too many questions. Wow. Oh shit. Oh dear god. Fuck. Don't let scale factor into it. Do it based on whether it catches anything today, not on. Okay. So we'll finish this other stuff first. Okay. So outcomes are castable false. Ingredients need to be castable true. Or shit. Ingredient. Let me go into my pipes. Pipes. Ingredient. Recipes, the ingredient is a list of ingredients. And the ingredient the only thing we're checking right now is ID and combo. Checking ID and combo. We can kill the or drop the descriptor for. So range recipe ingredients. The problem with recipe ingredients is that it's a slice. It's a slice of structs. And so check ID, then check combo. So we're going to check the ID, then we're going to check the combo. The first thing, we're going to check the ID. It's going to be format print F. Ability. Yeah, see, descriptor ingredient. So recipe ingredients. Reference. the hell? Oh. Oh. That's not good. How do I get the key value? The key identifier. Change recipe outcomes. Ability ID. So, like if I look at the very first one, the very first one's going to be black hole. We have Triblaster and Supernova. So that gives us the ability, but we have a whole bunch of empties because the ability isn't an ID. So how do we get the one that's actually present? That's the concern. How do I get the one that's actually present? How do I get a value in a struct that is actually present? For example, the I need to make some spaghetti. I have a feeling that I'm just gonna check, like, check ID. If ability dot ID, if ability is not equal to null, to nothing, then we check it, right? So if L dot abilities ability dot ID dot castable, if not castable, then L dot errors equals append L dot errors, comma format dot error F. Ingredient of recipes. Ingredients must be castable. %S as castable %T, comma, ability dot ID, comma, L dot Amax ability, comma, L dot abilities ability, ID dot castable. Cannot use ability variable of struct type ingredient as a string value map in an index. .id. Ingredients must be castable. Inside Supernova, we can go into implode and change that to castable false, which will check this. Which pointer is non-nil? So I could do a It's basically the same thing. Well, the ingredients are, well, it could be a state. So yeah, we want ingredient instead. Yeah. But the rest of this is basically I started doing the same damn thing. Ingredient ID is not equal to nil. And so basically and now we have if not the same thing. L.abilities ingredient .id .castable, then the same thing. Same damn thing. It's just using a switch statement instead. Now it's just using a switch statement instead. Undefined ability, because it's not ability anymore, it's an ingredient. Ingredient.id is not equal to nil. Bring an untyped nil. That doesn't work. The fuck? Wait a minute, what the fuck? Why? Oh, that's why. Okay. Which selector is populated? Does the thing that selector references actually? Exactly, yeah. And that's per ingredient. Your pointer-based ingredient design makes the first question very straightforward, with switch case is not equal to nil. The problem is, in that switch, I'm literally line 38, ingredient not equal to nil. Mismatch type string and untyped nil. No. All the way back up here. range, it's the same thing. Switch, case ingredient not equal to nil. That causes an error. I need to go make lunch. How did you assume that ingredient ID was a string? Was a pointer to a string when I literally have it sitting right in the... I have it literally sitting in the freaking... Does that look like a pointer to a string? It's not a pointer to a string. Ingredient ID is a string. It's just a base string. Everything in there is just a basic non-pointer based. It's a string. All right, I'm gonna go make lunch. I'm not gonna stop the stream. But I'm going to be AFK for about 15 minutes. Because I'm going to be AFK for about 15 minutes, there's an ad coming in 13 minutes, 12 and a half minutes now. I should be back by the time that ad hits. I want to make some pasta. I'm starving. So I'm going to go make pasta and we'll be back. Paint. Making... lunch. Pasta. I'll be back. Still making my food. I'll be back shortly.
Hi. Yummy. He's on the bathroom. Oh, I can't hear you. Shut off Bluetooth.
Yeah?
No.
Yeah? I'm talking to my kids. My grandkids. But give me a minute. All right. Sorry about the delay. Had to make food. I made 3 meals worth of pasta. 1 pound of pasta, 3 meals. I'll have it later tonight, and then I'll have it again before I go to bed for my late dinner. It'll be good. Now I have to go let my cat in because he's screaming because he heard his mama human, and then I'll be back to coding. What, buddy? You want to come up? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, I'll let you see that Mama's not here. Come on. Toast. Come on. Come on. Come on. No. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. There you go. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. You're okay. There you go. There you go. You're okay. Mama's not here, but I can pet you. You okay? That's my back you're just destroying. That's... Ow, ow, ow. You know, Spectrum and Xfinity do the same thing. No, you're not going near my food. You're not going near my food. If I have to restart my router, it's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes worth of shit too, and it's annoying. And I can't go and get my own because the Xfinity router still needs to stay there. All right, you need to go. You need to go. You saw that Mama's not here. You go near my food, I'm gonna smack your face. Your internet is disconnected. Oh, are you on your phone talking? All right, go on. Go on. Go on. Go. Go. You know Mama's not here. Silly cat. Oh, at work. Oh, so you can't access your home network. Yeah. Yeah. That's freaking annoying. I'm glad I don't work outside my house anymore. Like 90% of my work is from home. Makes me happy. Let me just stuff my face. Toast. No. No. Oh, that sucks. All right. We're back. No, go. One. All right, so where are we? We are at cool. I'm glad that you found a solution to that. So now, while I'm in here, yeah, my switch starts like that, that's fine. While I'm in here now, I need to verify. Let's do the base ingredient combo, which is basically the same thing. Because combo is also just a string. And then we need to push off aspect, school, state, and tag. No idea. I'm just getting into the whole development thing in general. So I have no idea if you could do that or not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, this needs to be true. So that just confirmed that. Huh. The hell? Okay. All right. All right. So if not L dot abilities, actually, if it's a combo, the combo itself how does that work? The combo itself cannot be castable. It needs to be a combo ability. So what we do is eat more lunch. So what we do is we check the abilities of that ingredient ID. And what that's going to do is it's going to give me, instead of the black hole itself, it's going to give me the spell black hole. Or rather, it's going to give me the spell Tri-Blaster, which is going to say, because it's a spell, not the recipe, and it's going to say castable false. Dot castable. And this time, if it is true, then we're going to have this, and it's going to say ingredients must be castable. this is going to say combos in standalone ingredients must be castable, and this one is going to be combos as ingredients must be non-castable. Non-Boolean condition if in if statement. There's the Boolean. And now we have a problem. Oh, hold on. No, not that. If the ingredient combo is this, then if L dot abilities if it's not equal to nil, is I don't even remember if this is how I'm supposed to do this. I think it is. Mismatch types, bool and untyped nil. Can I do this? Can I do that? I can. And outcomes cannot be castable. Try blaster. But combos cannot be castable. But this says outcomes must not be castable. So let's bypass this. So that we can check that. And that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? So if it exists, if it's not nil, and it is castable, so we have a problem. Because now it's not actually detecting that at all. Ingredient.combo. We need to get the combo as an ID. Oops. Silly me. There's the issue. That's the issue. And this is combo. And this is combo. Combos as ingredients must not be castable. Tri-Blaster has castable true, which we should never get to because of this anyway. But now we have both. All right. So we have castable, we have combos that are not castable, and there's one other thing that we needed to check. What was it? Is it just those two? I think it was just those two. Abilities with castable false. Outcome existing in abilities must have castable false. ID ingredients must have castable true. And combo has to be castable false. Abilities with castable... Outcomes existing in abilities with castable false is the same thing as combo with false. So that's that. One thing to note here. Abilities that are outcomes. Add incoming. Where did it go? All right, looks like I'm going ahead and pushing the button. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Okay. Okay. So it's down here. ID must be non-empty, must exist. Castable is true. A combo that's non-empty must exist with castable false. Outcomes must be inabilities with castable false. ID ingredients have to be castable true, and combo ingredients are okay. What I want to know is how the hell I've used almost 100% of my current session and only 7% of the full model set. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And what the hell? This reset this morning, so since 6 o'clock this morning, I've used 7%. The last 2 weeks, I haven't used more than 50% of anything. And I've already used 7% in a couple hours. That's scary. Do lookup value in all three. Error and continue. Instead of just doing it the way I'm doing. Well, because I want to throw the error out. So if it doesn't exist, I want to throw an error. And right now there's no error on either of those. Okay. I understand that now. Jesus Christ. So how do I... Wait a minute. There's no OK to receive on the result. The true value form applies to the map lookup. Oh, okay, yeah. Then use A dot. Why? It's using A for abilities. And now we can use A dot castable because we have A dot. Because A equals this. So now it's A dot dot castable. Okay. But do I have to use the pointer? Do I have to? I don't use the pointer at this point, right? Found. I think I still have to use the pointer there, don't I? Don't I? It's not a Boolean. I have to use the frickin'... Yep. Have to use the pointer. I thought I didn't, but I do. Standalone ingredients must be castable. If it's not castable, standalone ingredients must be castable. Okay, so I know that works. So that's better. Okay. So now I can work on the combo. And instead of doing it this way, we can do it the same way. So now we have combo instead of ability. Even though the combo is an ability, we can do combo. Actually, you know what? Just A. Okay, equals walrus L dot abilities. And this is ingredient dot combo. And then if not okay, then we do the error. Got that. So we have the error here. Combos as ingredients must be non-castable. And this becomes, again, A.castable. And then because it's not okay, we continue, which gets us out of the case block and goes, or the switch block and goes to the next one. But if it isn't a problem, then we check to see if it's castable. And this must be non-castable. And this has no castable field. Has no castable. And then here, if it isn't castable, because it has to be, no, if it is castable, a.castable, then we go bye-bye because l.errors equals append, because a combo result cannot be castable. And this should continue to force TriBlaster to be non-castable, to be errored, because it's not, because it's castable when it should be non-castable. Format dot error f, and combos as ingredients must be non-castable %s as castable %t, comma, this is ingredient .id, which is the name of the ability. This is l.amex ingredient .combo, which is the combo ingredient itself, which becomes the mechanics for the path of the mechanics YAML file for whatever the ingredient.combo is, which is the name of the ability. If we go to TriBlaster here, it's the name of the ingredient and the name of the combo. These are combos. But if the ingredient is a combo, that's what this is checking. And so if that's a combo, it then checks it. Actually, we can do it here. So it checks TriBlaster. It goes into the TriBlaster set. It sees combo true and it says, fuck you. Not supposed to be true. It's supposed to be false. Because castable can't be true on combo results, because you can't cast combos by default. That doesn't go there because we don't have another field over there, but this one does go here because we do have a field here. There we go. And so that works. And the minute I set this to false, Vassal. Actually, we can do a test here. This will give us an error. Unmarshal errors. So that's even better. That's even better because it's showing that I'm actually my unmarshal is actually working before it even gets here. But what it doesn't do is check this. And default, all right, so that works too. So right now, TriBlaster is being set as a default true because castable isn't there, which is also good. And now we do castable false and we no longer have the error. Perfect. Those are the only two we're actually working on right now before we start working on the prototype. I think, I don't think we have anything else to do. I think we can actually, I don't think we have any more testing to do. The outcomes loop still panics. Does it? Oops, it does. If, actually, hold on. Abilities, comma, okay. Walrus is l.abilities, ability. If not okay, then we have an error. Copy that. Format error. Outcomes must not be castable as default castable true. default entry missing because it's not there. The funny thing is, a nil panic shouldn't work because the default should automatically already be there. But we're gonna check the nil panic anyway. Can you? And then we check if A got castable. Then has castable B. A dot castable. Pointer. All right. The OK messages describe the wrong problem. It has no castable field, but OK means the ability doesn't exist. Oh. Oh. Wait. No. Wait. No. Yeah. Silly me. So if I'm doing that, if the ability this should be recipe mechanics then. Right? Mechanics, recipes, Tri-Blaster, references an unknown field. Outcome references an unknown ability. There. Same thing over here. An S. Ability ingredient references an unknown ability. Combo ingredient references an unknown ability. Better. No, does it still do ingredient ID? No, yes, it does. Okay. And default is dead. Worth using it to catch ingredients with no matcher at all. I'm just gonna delete it. Ingredients with no matcher at all is already in here. Once the outcomes are guarded, I've been running it against real data the whole time. So all right. So we should be good now. Fingers crossed. And the AI is wrong right there, I think. Huh. An ID that never loaded has no entry in Amex or Armax. So but we don't have our ID. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. And these are going to be the other way around. So now we have Tribe Lester, outcome references and unknown ability. Did I do that backward? Ability ingredient references and unknown ability. Combo ingredient. I think that one's going to be right. I need to change these because I need the path before the combo. Okay. And then we can back over here. %S. %S references unknown combo ability. Unknown ability. Mutating each of the 6 paths once to confirm they fire. So, one mutation gives us 4 paths. And then I just need blank outcome references unknown ability. Outcome references unknown ability. Supernovas references an unknown ability. Supernovas references an unknown ability. In black hole. That makes sense. I just want to know what else I'm missing. Verify. That'll be all. This'll be that. Producibility. And what do you mean by producibility? What does it mean by producibility, guys? Every castable false ability must appear in some recipe's outcomes or it's unreachable. I already know they do because I put them there. And we don't care if they're unreachable because if somebody authors something stupidly, then they authored something stupidly. And I don't think producibility is needed. All right. Time to start doing the fucking prototype. What is in the deferred file? I want to know what I've been pushing off and make sure that I have it all set. Make sure everything's all set. All set. What have I been pushing off? Ingredient matches, predicate variants, condition. Look at all those validator rules. Jesus H. Christ. So much work. I missed my milestone. I wanted this to be all done by the 19th. I haven't even gotten to here. I've gotten none of this. I've got stuff done, but I've got, like, this is where I'm stuck. Right there. Let's make another file here. New file. Deferred. Copy this entire freaking slide. Deferred and but required. All right, so we have deferred but required for that. Oh, go ahead and close that. Let's get. All right. Note it. So now, this thing's fucking long as hell. So let's go into a new entry in the project. Create a new. Time to do the loader. Louder. The loader. Prototype. Because this says the prototype. Going to the prototype. The repo is up to date. Added bird data loader validator ready for prototype but not complete. Let's do this. Sorry about the bang. And let's go start seeing how I'm supposed to do this. Because the prototype should have me doing networking and Godot to connect multiple clients just to test whether or not the combat schema, the way I'm thinking of doing it, will actually work. And the reason why I'm continuing to use AI to help guide me is because I'm learning all of this at the same time. And I'm really, really, really trying to use AI as little as possible, but I need to learn, and AI is a great freaking guide. What do you want, Snowy Flake? Come on, okay. No. All right, so what do you want, girly? What is wrong? Come here. Come. Silly cat. She's Siamese. She's loud as hell all the time. We're gonna get rid of the multi-actor atom. What do you want, girly? Silly cat. Rewrite multi-actor sequence or multi-actor atom gates 5, 6, and 8 against settled model short session. Actor atom, where are you? Reaction model. Priority order. All eligible reactions execute and spend for. Oh my god. Get up to find out what she wants, see if she's trying to get me to go somewhere. And she runs. That's what happens. She's a very skittish Siamese cat. She just ran away. Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I'm not even done my food, but I'm full, so I'm not eating any more of it. Priority resolution isn't a thing. Spend is a decision against a read, not a coin flip. Preview is likely, not guaranteed. When the likely, not certain reads a strategic. Why? There is no order derived from the reaction model. if two players react at the same time, there must be a way to discern whether they both fire, misfire, or one trumps the other. We have this with preempt reactions. So they will all fire unless one has that. If one does, if more than one does, then we have to go based on something, and that was the spend, which requires players to communicate to prevent this. All abilities use the resource pool and can use an additional resource, health, mana, etc. This is the economy fork, if I remember right. When resolving, even though everything resolves at once in a section, to be legible. I'm so confused. Is loader.go finished, or is the stub, or is it still the stub with MapFS harness around it? I don't know. What does it look like? AI is stupid sometimes. Infinitely smarter than me, though. Why are you going to O'Reilly? Why are you going to O'Reilly? Why is it going to O'Reilly? What the fuck? So now it said it was only working on 10, failure condition 3. One. I'm not using, so that we're clear, This is why I say I don't follow AI directly, and I don't have it doing fucking like I don't have it doing vibe coding bullshit. I am not using Godot's eNet path. I'm not using WebSockets. I'm not using proxy LB traversal. I ain't using that shit. And I ain't using JSON. Well, maybe. Depending on how things work, but I'm more likely to use YAML instead of JSON. Same frames later carry protobuf instead of JSON, but protobuf, if I remember right, protobuf uses JSON by default, doesn't it? Where did it go? Where did my archived one go? So the oh, this was using WebSocket, wasn't it? Wasn't it? My Godot client was using WebSocket. But I thought was I not? Private key. This is primarily the older version that I stopped doing because I wasn't learning anything. Primarily vibe coded. And I didn't learn a fucking thing from it, which is why I stopped doing it and started doing the stuff on my own. Gateway auth address. gRPC. gRPC. Well, I was using gRPC and protobuf and JSON. and WebSockets. All right. All right. So I guess I am going to be using it. Or maybe not. How the hell do you not have any server stuff? Do I have to update this? The fuck? Does it not update things that are... crash? Basically everything. I don't need the frickin' image. There. Turn tick is a pure function. Actors have been intense. Oh shit. Now we're getting into the hard shit that I'm gonna be really hard pressed not to fucking just copy paste. I'm gonna be really hard pressed to try and learn, because we're getting into shit that I'm not gonna... It took me 3 hours to figure out how to use Go to open a file the other day. This is gonna be even more fucking... This is gonna be even more frustrating. I'm pretty sure that the last time I was suggested to use one of these and I didn't. All right, so I have to refresh it every time. Okay. Preempt rule. All or nothing on loss is clean and answers all 3 of my questions at once. No refund. Payload doesn't fire. You ate the pool. 2 notes. Total power versus spend need distinct definitions, or tier 1 and tier 3 are the same number. Combo power is defined as total applied pool, and a reaction's applied pool is its spend. Plus total power means something wider. Everything that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, but that's all right. Scaling cell is inert in phase 0. Yes, it's documentary. That's understandable. Understood. The thing that likely burned you before, Protopuff and Jason has 2 hand-maintained contracts. That's twice the schema drifting constantly. That's unlearnable because nothing is authoritative. So that isn't what burned me before. What burned me before was freaking copy-paste and vibe coding. 1 schema, 2 encodings. Proto is a single source of truth. Binary Protobuf goes on the wire. Proto-JSON and JSON formatter render the same generated types as readable JSON for logs, fixtures, and debugging. You get the readable view for free from the same file with 0 drift. That's what Protobuf with JSON should have meant. Can I use Protobuf with fucking YAML? Proto in common Proto, 1 top level envelope message with a one-off payload. So just to be clear, these are the ones I was talking about. This is the one I started in August and said, no, I'm copying stuff from there and I'm going to fall down the same path. So this one has nothing from any of these. But I can go back and take a look at them to see where I was going and what I was doing with regard to the issue that I'm talking about right now, the prototype stuff. And so I want to here logger.initialize from environment, logger new auth. Logger is my own logger package that was in there. So I got pretty far vibe coding, but then I was just like, I'm not learning anything and I need to know how to learn this shit. So like I can run this, but I'm not going to. Auth handler, maybe? Server, services, auth handler. OAuth. I'm still looking for, like, where? Where the fuck would it? Actually, I think it would be in common, wouldn't it? Yeah. The YAML files for everything. The defaults. Okay. Character creation. And then the gameplay. So we have what's... Okay. Profiles. The ranges. Yep. These are just configs. Contracts. Contracts? No, those are ADI. Proto. Off proto. Yeah, this is the same stuff that yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Maybe it is. Maybe. Remember. Common. Error. Common. See how I don't remember? I don't know anything about what was going on in here? That's what I was trying to get away from, because I have no friggin' clue what I was doing. Correct shape is one schema, two encodings. Proto-JSON in Go and JSON formatter in C#. Same generated types as readable JSON for logs, fixtures, and debugging. What if I don't want JSON? I want YAML. What if I... And what if I just want... buff.build not raw proto C. I don't know if that works. Build the resolver and its event log as plain Go structs first, then derive the proto from the log shape. That actually proved useful. Writing the contract before the resolver means guessing at the event vocabulary. How you name a super session, a refund, a preempt loss, and every guess wrong is a regeneration on both sides. So resolver to derive from the event log buff for the Godot client. Oh my god. So I'm not doing the protocol, the prototype yet. I'm doing a whole bunch more shit. Okay. Okay. Object directory artifact you don't check in. Godot 4.6 net uses a standard MS build CS project. So that works, that's fine. Godot rewriting the CS project on some project operations, so confirm your item group survives. I have no idea how to do that. More learning. Contract code gen using buff instead of proto C. The Go runtime is proto gen Go and proto buff. No gRPC. You're sending framed messages, not doing remote procedure calls. Go transport is WebSocket. I think I was using Gorilla. I might have been using this. I don't remember. Protobuff new.get gRPC tools or generate C. Technically, yes, you'd regret it, and the reason is that they aren't two different file structures. They describe different things and never touch each other. YAML is human-authored contact. Read once a server startup, never leaves the process. It describes what a fireball is. Yeah. Not proto. No, I was talking about JSON. YAML for the proto generation, not YAML instead of proto. YAML instead of JSON. I'm not opposed to using JSON. I don't like reading JSON. I don't like looking at JSON. I don't like JSON. JSON is bad. I've never met a good JSON. You'd be writing and maintaining the transpiler yourself, and every error, buff, lint, buff breaking reports would point to the generated files rather than your source. Fine. Oh, so, okay, it is. Okay. Okay, so I can use YAML. I thought this was saying that I can't, or that I shouldn't. What is going on here? Get back over. All right, I'm starting to feel Not frustrated, but overworked a little bit. Properly supported. Buff maintains buff build go proto YAML. Marshals and unmarshals proto buffs as YAML is compatible with proto JSON and reports errors with file, line, column, and a snippet of the offending YAML. Same thing you already. Okay, so it'll feel native. The library declares itself not yet stable. There's no proto YAML for C#. Since it kills half the objection. YAML is a superset of JSON. Is it really? Yes, baby. Hi, baby. What's up? Did you try calling me? Nope. You messaged me though. You sent me photos. Oh, look at him. Yeah, he's awesome. Booyah. Why'd you send me a message of stuff that I already had? Like the picture of me and the kids. Silly. Message. Emails. I'm getting emails like mad today and I don't know why. Oh, okay. Comments, Jason has none, and your authored test scenarios badly want 2 preamps trying to spend exact random. Yeah. Largest win, and it isn't close, yeah. Anchors and aliases, define a baseline anchor once, reference it across 20 combat scenarios, fixture, corpora, or exactly the shape this feature was built for. Okay. One format across a repo. I'm having, holy shit. Wow. You ever had the feeling where you can't tell if you're awake or still dreaming? I just had major deja vu. Major deja vu. Like, holy shit. One format across the repo. Descriptors, fixtures, and dumps share a mental model, an editor mode, and a lint pass. What is linting in... Like, I'm gonna have to get used to linting too. I don't even know what it is really. I can explain it to you. Fewer context switches while learning. Better errors. Proto YAML gives file, line, column, and a snippet. Proto JSON gives you a path and a shrub. A path and a shrub. Superset of JSON. Anything JSON shaped pastes in verbatim so you lose no interop. Go only. No C# Proto YAML. Safe as long as YAML stays server side. A hard wall the moment the client needs to read one. Why would the client need to read a YAML file? Buff build proto YAML. This was 3 weeks ago. fully compatible with Proto-JSON. Returns nil or an error with a detailed message. For every error found in the file, the error messages include the name, if path is set on unmarshal options, line number, column number, and snippet of the YAML that caused the error. For example, when doing this, following errors are returned. Line 5, single bool 1. Line 6, line 7, line 8, line 9, 10, 11, 12, so all of them. All of them after these two. Expected bool got no, expected bool got yes. True, false, true, false, true, false, true, false, okay. The single bool field, yep. Yep, beta. Future edits will be somewhat minor. So, how old is this? I think how big is it? Doesn't seem to be very big. Okay, that makes sense. Let's do it. Okie dokie. So we can library not yet stable. Implicit typing foot guns. No parses as false. 1.0 and 1 differ. Porting rules bite. You've already met this in % or absolute tests. Never accept it from a client. Alias expansion is a small payload memory bomb. Server authored and server read only. Add at streaming logs. Line oriented tool once one record per line. Okay. So it gave me the whole frickin' multi-actor atom. That's fine. That'll be an update. That's fine. Total power spent. Oh my. What the? I'll go double check the multi-actor atom definition later, but I'm okay with the write-up. I can check that offline. Fine. All right. So now it's telling me I have to go back to validate.go. Hello, Bubbles, again. Excuse me. All right, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. What was that? Give me a minute. All right. All right. Sorry. I'm back. I got a fucking weird phone call. All right. So. Fuck. Oh. So now they added two-spirit to it. Okay. Which makes sense because it's an indigenous specific. Yeah. I didn't know that they added 2S to the LGBT. I'm out of touch, I guess. Having two-spirit in it is definitely a good thing because, like, you know, decry anything else all you want. Two-spirit is straight up indigenous. It deserves to be there no matter what. It's not anything like the rest of the community is. It's different from all of it, so. The reason is dependency shape. The matcher needs only the submitted intent plus the registry you already have. It needs no combat state model at all. No pools, no conditions, no arena, no actors beyond an ID. Every other resolver stage needs state. State shape is the thing you'd currently be guessing at. Build a piece that can be built without guessing and let its output tell you what the state layer actually has to hold. Oh, ads coming in. We'll be right back. It also happens to be the highest risk item on the board. Gate 5 in the rewritten spec, whether set-based matching carries depth on its own. In a flat list of submitted ability instances, actor ID and ability ID. The registry. Out. Bound recipes with the consumed instances, plus leftovers it fires themselves. Which means it's table tested against YAML fixtures in exactly the style your descriptor already uses. It's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Inside it is the greedy loop. Sort the candidate recipes by specificity, bind the winner, consume its ingredient instances. Reevaluate against what remains. Repeat until nothing matches. Two details carry most of the difficulty. Ingredients matching instances rather than distinct ability IDs. Two casts of the same skill fill 2 slots. And combo references expanding for matching while retaining their name for display. New package. New package. Resolver. New file. Oh. More types. Okay. So this will be match. Match.go for combo matching, greedy bind loop. Test data. Obviously, we have more test data. Folder. Over new file match. Test. To test the stuff that we're matching. And we have types and specificity. Of course, we're always going to have types in every single freaking one of these we have, so that's fine. Okay. I don't know about specificity, but we're split because the comparator is a self-contained sort predicate with its own dense test surface. 6 tiers of tiebreak, each needing cases, buried inside match.go. It becomes the part you're scared to touch. It becomes the part you're scared to touch. If it stays trivial, but I doubt it will. Specificity first, then resolver. With resolve turn, and the match becomes one call inside it. That keeps the file. You'll be reading most often the phase bind free of the matching machinery. One naming note since you're learning Go. Package is resolver, so avoid resolver.resolver match. The package name is already a qualifier, so it would be resolver.match, resolver.turn. Resolver.resolve turn. Stuttering is the most common Go naming smell, and it's easy to bake in early. Seems like it's taking more time for even simple questions. Repeats the entire noun, okay. Resolver, match, resolve, turn. Turn as a function name is worse. First one. Reads as a noun, and you want turn to be a type. Why do I want turn to be a type? Why do I want turn to be a type? All right. All right. Actually, I'm having trouble thinking. I'm gonna go ahead and log. I was supposed to log at like 10 and come back at like 1. I'm gonna log now and I'll be back at like 6, give or take. Logging at 10 and coming back at 1 was untenable because I started at 9. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and log now. I will be back at, I'll be back in like 3 hours. I'm gonna go take a quick nap. My quick naps are like 3 hours. And then I'll be back until, when I come back, I'll be back until about 11 o'clock at night. But I need to take a rest. I've been sitting here in front of this for 7 hours. So I need a break. I'll be back. Until I come back, thank you all for being here. I'm sorry that I'm leaving right after a fucking ad. I hate doing that, but I'm gonna go ahead and take off. I'll be back later. Until then, I hope you guys have a great day. Hope you enjoy the rest of your time today. And until then, till later, ciao. a bomb. Duck and cover. Wow, I was way off that time. I'm definitely tired. I'll see you guys in a few hours.